My God, that was awful. How's the boy? Can he travel?
Calm yourself, Holmes. He'll be fine. What happened?
It was Red Millie, Watson. Struck dead by a beer wagon.
I haven't heard her name for years. This outrage doesn't seem her style. Who are her cohorts?
Well asked. She would never act alone.
They wouldn't be the first malefactors to be shot of their crime on learning that you were in pursuit.
If you're right, I've been careless. But she can't tell us herself. Her body might. Or this house.
What does it matter? We have the boy.
Unfortunately, his rescue does not complete our task. We're swimming in very deep waters, and the shore is nowhere in sight. What is Virgil's condition, Doctor?
I suspect he's been drugged. If so, he'll be sick shortly. I recommend we remove him from here.
Agreed. Go by the alley. The police will be along soon. The accident has drawn attention like manure draws flies. No need to complicate this any further. Take our cab, leave Virgil with Jonas, and discreetly inform his father that the boy is safe. Best return Toby so Sherman doesn't have a conniption.
And what will you do?
I hope there is more to learn here. In a long chain of evidence, this link is now damaged. It will break and become useless if I don't move quickly. Take good care of the boy, Watson. You bear no blame in this disaster, sir. The accident was unavoidable.
I know it in me head, Gov. But me heart ain't got the message. I never seen her till she was under the horses. I'll be all right, but not soon. And I suppose the coppers will be coming round.
Did you send word to the MP, Watson?
Discreetly sent and gratefully acknowledged, Holmes.
What have you told the boy?
I promised him tea, and I said we would see him home.
And so we will, but not now. For the moment, he'll have to fit in here. Wiggins, I need your assistance. Are you free?
I got things that needs attention. Is this a paying proposition?
Yes. Virgil, meet Wiggins. Wiggins, this is Virgil. I'd like you to keep an eye on him. Take him with you on your rounds.
Bit green, ain't he? Won't last an hour on the street. Clothes will get stale. Or worse.
Perhaps I should take the boy home, or at least upstairs.
No, Doctor, his home may be watched, and our rooms are unsuitable for an unsupervised lad. Wiggins, take Virgil to Stitch Rumsey's on Jermyn Street. Tell him what Virgil needs by way of suitable clothing. I'll settle with him later.
Right, Gav. If you've got the tin, I've got the time. Let's go, boy.
Come in, Mrs. Hudson. Preparations are complete for your reception at apartments at Kensington. You're expected. Dispose of this note, F.C.
A bit melodramatic, but I'm sure you may accommodate him. I understand his reluctance to make this an official matter.
Reluctance would be an understatement, I think. I'll clean the surface with a pinch of jeweller's rouge.
You'll have to make it first.
The jeweller's mark should be legible. There it is. I recognize it. Burlington Jewellers in the Arcade. Smarmy sort of place.
Perhaps we should make ourselves unwelcome there.
I don't see why not. I wonder if friend Farthington knows the disparaged solicitor Bledsoe.
Because they've both been called to the bar? I would think it highly improbable. Farthington never had much of a practice.
Lawton said Bledsoe kept chambers at Gray's Inn. Farthington lives there. He's just the gentle sort to befriend an outcast. Let's be off, Watson, while the scent is fresh.
I'm no tracking hound, Holmes, but I know how to hunt.
What about our friend Wiggins? Anything to report?
Not a word, sir. Not a sniff of him about. Sorry. It's a big city. Do you know anything more about his habits?
No, but I know someone who does. Your open display of gold-plated toothpicks makes them virtually irresistible.
A touch of elegance, affordably priced. 1 guinea will secure your heart's desire.
And earn my colleague's contempt. I believe this is one of your rings. To whom did you sell it?
It is one of our recent masterpieces, charmingly dubbed the nest egg. How did you come by it?
Let's say I found it.
Then I will generously assume that the customer lost it. If you give it to me, I'll return it.
There might be a reward.
There might be a lengthy prison sentence. Shall I call my beadle?
If you believe you can wake him, I assure you I'll return it to its rightful owner.
If you cannot restrain your unwholesome curiosity, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Handsome shop, sir. Is it yours?
George O'Keefe at your service, gentlemen. I have the privilege of managing the enterprise for Mr. Tompkins, our principal.
I'm looking for something special. Might we browse?
Certainly. Our original creations are designed for London's most discriminating clientele.
Are your sales records confidential?
As secret as the Masonic rite, sir. I would protect my client's privacy with my very life.
I would not use the information for any nefarious purpose.
So you say, but you might subsequently be tempted to exploit the knowledge. My gentlemen customers rely on my discretion.
And they pay you for this service? Blackmail, is it?
You shock me, sir. Silence is a commodity like any other. And as with the pig iron and pianos, you only get what you pay for.
I never pay for information.
We might call it an honorarium.
I call it a bribe. I won't pay it.
Suit yourself.
Where do your crystalline gems come from?
The venerable Antwerp firm supplies our diamonds, rubies, and Ceylonese sapphires.
You know the provenance of every stone?
Absolutely. The Messrs. de Brise are signatories of the IDB Act.
What are the most economical buys in the shop?
Economy is a state of mind, sir. Don't think of the price. Think of the investment. Think of the pleasure derived from your purchase.
It would be difficult not to think of my empty pocketbook. Might I see the platinum ring with the cabochon cut stone? This ring spoils your claim of dealing in unique designs.
To the untrained eye, many gems have points of similarity. I could show you dozens from the strong room that share common features, but stones are cut differently.
Right. Unique design is a fiddle. Granted, you don't sell the same ring twice. By this criterion, each design is unique. It's a sham.
That is a slanderous allegation, sir. If you wish to avoid litigation, I recommend that you not share it.
Never mind. I'm not interested in your advertising claims. I'm interested in your jewelry. Do you remark the customers who frequent this establishment?
Huh? What? I once saw Wellington box the ears of George the IV when he was Prince Regent. Lovely sight it was, the old Iron Duke. There was a man.
I note that the cockles of your heart are not warmed by the shop.
It's really quite revolting what some people will do with their money.
Will you busy yourself in some other part of the shop, Watson?
Of course. Might I know why?
I would like to divide Mr. O'Keefe's attention. Perhaps you might evaluate the beetle's vital signs.
I'll presume you know what you are about. I don't have a clue.
I believe this is one of your rings. To whom did you sell it?
It is one of our recent masterpieces, charmingly dubbed the nest egg. How did you come by it?
Let's say I found it.
Then I will generously assume
There might be a reward.
there might be a lengthy prison.
If you believe... Would you report on your mission, please?
Subject is not altogether compos mentis, myopic in extremis, and situated well outside, oblivious with respect to auditory capacity.
Excellent. Where do you... you absolutely...
If you cannot restrain your unwholesome... Please stay clear of the grill.
Do you remark...
Huh?
I presume these rings are merely representative of your collection. Might I see more?
Are you truly interested, or are you merely passing the time?
More interested than you could possibly imagine.
Very well. I'll retrieve some of our more attractive items from the strong room. You are a knave, sir.
And you'd be in a position to know. Occupy the Sentinel, will you, Watson? I have suspicions to confirm.
Confirm to your heart's content. This old soldier is going nowhere.
Ah, the nest egg. Here it is, Watson. Curiouser and curiouser.
I'm feeling a bit like the Mad Hatter, Holmes. What do you mean?
The ring's intended recipient and the person who paid for it are one and the same. It seems Lady Cordelia had to supply the funds for her own engagement ring.
Very interesting.
I'm sure Lord Lawton didn't find it, sir. I trust you are perfectly comfortable, Mr. O'Keefe.
The police will be informed of your behavior, sir. Depend on it. I shall prosecute to the full extent of the law.
I doubt that. I've perused your register. A word in the wrong ear could ruin you. Do you know the whereabouts of Mr. Tompkins?
He's at home.
Yes, but do you know where that is?
Of course I do. He's my son-in-law. I'll bill it there.
Please notify him that Mr. O'Keefe has locked himself in the safe.
Has he now? Damn fool.
Are you familiar with the American slang expression, to put on ice?
It has to do with diamonds, doesn't it? Like gilding a lily. Most unattractive.
Wrong cliché, Doctor. It is a metaphor for incarceration, to render something or someone ineffective.
I take your point, Holmes, and wish you well.
Where is the ring lately purchased by and for your fiancée?
I will not redeem whatever scurrilous information you have extracted from her jeweller, Mr. Holmes.
Would it surprise you to learn that I found the ring in the possession of a deceased prostitute? I'm sure it would surprise Lady Lockridge.
Are you a blackmailer as well as a busybody? What compels you to harass me in this nefarious manner?
The truth compels me. Tell it, and I may set you free.
Ha! Your precious truth means ruination. Will you return the ring?
I don't think now would be a good time. This ring is part of an evidentiary chain linking numerous crimes. How did it come to be in her possession?
I'm sure I don't know. It must have been stolen from this room.
Is there nothing further you wish to tell me? I advise you to be candid.
Please go. You've made yourselves quite enough of a nuisance.
You're traveling down a very long road, Lawton. Needless to say, you will regret your decision. I'll make it my business.
Your manners are abominable. Jenkins, I believe Mr. Holmes is leaving.
I'm looking for a family named Ratchet. Do you know them?
Course I do. They keeps a palace up west. Now, what about a drink? Then what gives ought to receive, eh?
I think you've had quite enough. You can barely stand.
Proof I ain't had near enough. Fill me up.
If you give me the Ratchet address, we might be able to make an arrangement.
What are you? Bill collector? A fancy man? The law? You get nothing.
I merely want to speak with the woman.
Talking with your type leads to trouble. Get away with you. Save a life, mister. I'm way past depressed. Nothing so sad as an empty bottle of gin. Do us a favour, your worship. Fill it up. Get on with you. Soul-saving gits make me sick as a belly full of bad rum. Couple of pigs. Move on for I wreck ya. Don't need preaching from your likes.
Do you know where the Ratchet family lives?
I might do, but nothing's for free in this life, Gov. Leastwise not here.
Can you direct me to a family named Ratchet?
Avec much pleasure. I measure cranium you und I analyze machen. One English bob. Remove chapeau, bitte.
You misunderstand me, sir. I'm looking for an address.
Der Kopf ist très interessant.
I'm pleased you think so, but what about the Ratchets?
Ich no, je don't, m'excuse, no good speak.
What in blazes is he on about, Holmes?
He thinks my head is interesting. I believe he'd like to examine it.
He's not alone.
Any trenchant observations concerning the so-called sciences?
Your deprecatory tone says you have some of your own.
You mistake me, Watson. I support such studies. My current opinion is that they have value, but that they often claim too much for themselves. The road is filled with obstacles, Watson. Your assessment?
The professor has a few phrases for his work, but he speaks no languages fluently. How can he remain in business?
How indeed? Either he's having us on, or someone translates for him. Are there tools here to help us in this case?
Could they possibly hurt us? I wouldn't call what we've accomplished so far brilliant. We could always test their efficacy, work from a known quantity, so to speak.
Hello. It's Rose Hincham, isn't it?
It is, Mr. Holmes. You won't get much from the professor unless you speak Hungarian.
I heard French, German and Italian as well. How do you deal with him?
Me mum was from Budapest. But even with the language, it's a struggle. After rambling all over Europe, he's lost most of his native tongue, or mixed it with others.
This is a legitimate business, I trust.
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes. Not many clients yet, but new methods always meet prejudice, as you must know.
I wouldn't have thought there was much call for the professor's specialities here.
People like talking to any man of science. They're as rare as an honest copper east of St. Paul's.
We're looking for the Ratchet family. No one seems able or willing to help us.
People here is closed-mouthed. Information is power, and currency too, when you're poor.
And even when you're not, I've offered to purchase the address, but to no avail.
Not surprised. Very suspicious lot. Don't take to outsiders. Be hard as you are to get the truth. Or you might try the grocer across the way. Even the Ratchets have to eat.
It's a good thought. What do you make of this, Rose?
Lovely hat. But not yours, surely. I can see right off it's too big for you, and not really your style.
Tell me about the woman who addressed this envelope. Confine your analysis to the first line.
Big printing may mean weak coordination, but perhaps the recipient couldn't read script. In any case, I bet the printer was a man, Mr. Holmes. Are you trying to trick me?
Test, Rose, test. I wondered if the lip gloss stain on the scented pink stationery would influence you. Anything else about the man?
Not really. He may have been trying to disguise his handwriting. Printing is hard to analyse.
Tell me about your new work. Are these exciting disciplines, Rose?
Better than prognosticating by palms, Mr. Holmes. And I'm apt, since I quit gin. The professor thinks I've got a gift.
It must be occasionally tempting to promise more than you can deliver.
I'm no quack nor shill neither. I observe. I tell people what I see. It's not exactly what you do, but I bet you had your doubters once.
I take your point. Perhaps you'll forgive my misgivings.
You're privileged, Mr. Holmes. You've got as much right as anybody to be wrong.
Is the professor altogether mentally fit, Rose?
He has odd ways, and he's too fond of brandy, but I think he's brilliant. Not much with people, as you saw, so he's teaching me the business.
The science, you mean?
Have your joke, Mr. Holmes. I won't fight you. I'm no zealot.
What can you tell me about the man who wore the hat I showed you?
A hat's not an head, Mr. Holmes. And craniology's not my strong suit.
Noted. I simply want your impression, a summary, if you will.
The wear on the band and the shape give the best evidence. Using the sputum system, 5 and 6 are prominent, 2 is undeveloped, 10 and 11 are conspicuous, 13 and 15 are deficient, and 34 is protuberant.
In layman's terms, please?
He's destructive, combative, and doesn't like kiddies. He's vain, lacks kindness, and doesn't care about it. He is smart, but he may be just cunning.
Your kindness is much appreciated, Rose. I won't forget it.
I'll be years returning the favour, Mr. Holmes. You kept me out of that Brumwell business, and I'll always be that grateful.
Rose has been very helpful. Thank you for her time.
I measure cranium you. One English bob. Remove chapeau, Peter.
Maybe some other time. What have you made of Rose's transformation?
I should say she's a changed woman, no doubt. Perhaps next she'll lose the theatrical costume.
I hope not. It's part of her allure. I look forward to her next incarnation. From palmist to phrenologist is not such a leap. Perhaps next she'll become a surgeon. Watch your back, Doctor.
Penny for the guy, Gov. Threepence be better. Got any errands need running? Boots need blackening, anything? I'm the one. something a bit different, love. I know your type, naughty boy. I know what you're after. Walk on the wild side, am I right? Course I am.
I'm looking for a woman named Agnes Ratchet. Can you help me?
Forget her, Ducky. Why not leave your friend and come round the corner?
I'm sure that would be interesting. But I'm here on business, not pleasure.
You what? Think I'm here for me help? Get on with ya.
I apologize. I didn't mean to give offense. Do you know a Mrs. Ratchet?
Spoke like a gentleman, but I don't know her, love. She used another name. Them's what ain't changed their names from shame or for dodging the law take pet names to talk their ways, get it?
I do, but Mrs. Ratchet is not, I believe she simply lives nearby.
I'm not from this patch. Don't know the locals by name anyway, and they don't know me, come to that. Sorry.
Thank you. You've been kind. Is there something I can do?
Just move along, love. As you're not buying, you're restraining trade.
Very little business on the street. Is it always like this?
Not much business anywhere, dearie. A certain sign that money is in short supply.
Are you familiar with a family named Ratchet?
I'm a tinker, not a copper. I do honest work.
I'm sure you do. I just wondered if you had a customer named Mrs. Ratchet.
Hard to say. She take pride in her knives, her scissors, keep 'em clean and sharp.
How do I know?
Well, if she don't, I wouldn't have no interest in her, would I? Not likely I'd know her, is it?
Mrs. Ratchet is in her middle years. Pleasant looking, she squints a bit. Does that help?
That ain't much. If she's from round here, you might try the grocer on the corner.
This is not the most savoury neighbourhood in which to ply your trade.
Work is where you find it. All God's creatures want sharp knives. Even scum like Jack the Ripper can appreciate a properly owned instrument.
No, we can't claim to have learned much here, Watson.
That is a matter of opinion. We've been jostled, threatened, lied to, cajoled, harassed, propositioned, and placed in proximity to a dozen different diseases. Such experience certainly contains something of educational value.
Point taken, Doctor. We won't quibble. Ratchet-wise, we came up empty. What do you make of the Dark East End, Doctor?
You surprise me, Holmes, asking for a conclusion on the scantiest sampling of evidence. I would be reduced to gross generalities. Ask me when I've looked around.
I deserve that, I suppose. The direct approach has flopped. Something more discreet is called for.
Perhaps, but my hopes are less than knee-height.
With good reason. These people don't trust us. We're different, and different connotes an enemy to them, or at least someone to be wary of. Should we try some of these, dare I say, businesses?
Can they be any less forthcoming than people on the street?
In a word, yes.
Try that again and you'll lose a finger, maybe two.
I'm looking for a Mrs. Ratchet. Can you help me?
His truncheon talks for him. You got business here, talk to me.
Any information about the Ratchets would be helpful. I can be patient.
But can you read his mind? Arthur ain't spoke since he's seen his mum slit the swine what fathered him from ear to ear.
Mrs. Ratchet lives hereabouts. I'm told you might know where, do you?
What's your business with her?
I assure you I mean her no harm.
So coppers always say. Next thing you know, they're sending home the boat in a cosy cell at Pintonville.
I'm not with the police. Mrs. Ratchet works at my brother's office.
Filched a few bob from the tea trolley, did she? Capital crime. Leave off.
What have the police done to deserve your animosity?
I think being poor's a crime. Proof you're guilty of something.
They have a more discriminating sense of justice, surely.
You wasn't here when they tramped over this patch looking for the Ripper. Didn't give a care who they stepped on, and for what? Big show. Came to naught. Everybody knows one of the quality done them girls.
As I said, I'm not with the police.
You might as well be. You're not from here, not one of us. Now off with you. You're not worth a charge of GBH. Best quit the neighbourhood.
This is a confidential inquiry. I'm not an official agent. Won't you tell me what you know?
I know nothing except that them's that grass get mowed down and them's that snoop, strangers or no, fare no better.
How did you come by these army rations?
You writing a book?
Just curious.
Serious affliction down here. You heard about the cat what suffered from it?
I'd like to buy some bread.
Help yourself. You can read the price, I suppose.
Could you wrap it up?
That costs extra.
I'll take it as it is.
That'll cost you twopence, and as you're the curious type, the floor ain't been recently swept.
It can't have been long since you pushed your cart through the streets. You appear to be in fine condition.
This here's a grocery, mate. Push off if you're not buying.
An astonishing profusion of odours, Watson. Can you distinguish them?
Odours? Your proboscis or your vocabulary have failed you, Holmes. Perfume has an odour. Your laboratory sometimes creates odours. This rank stench equals that of an abattoir.
Watch my back, Watson. Will you do that?
The guard looks to be an unpredictable character. Do you sense something violent is about to transpire?
Intuition, Doctor, is for amateurs. I'd lay odds the proprietor knows her, Watson. Perhaps she shops here.
Poor woman. As if living in the neighbourhood weren't a surfeit of misfortune. But even if you're right, I don't see how it helps.
Too true, Doctor. If he doesn't want to tell us what he knows, we can't apply thumbscrews. He's so aggressively unhelpful. I wonder if he has a personal interest.
This wouldn't be the first time your wandering has put us at risk. Perhaps we should leave, discretion being the better part of valour.
It might have been a better part of success here. Being forthright got us nowhere. Discretion, dissimulation even, could hardly have been less productive, but I'm reluctant to go back west without something to show for our trouble.
Let's just make sure we don't have broken bones to show.
Might you occupy the proprietor's attention? I want to look inside that copybook.
I can't think of anything to turn his head that won't place our lives at risk. He's only interested in commercial transactions.
Good idea, Watson. At my signal, distract the guard.
I shouldn't like to get too close to him. He might get ideas.
That would be novel for him. Dangerous, even. I'd like some marmalade from the top shelf.
Cash customers is welcome. Cost you 2 bob.
I want a jar, not your whole stock.
Wherever you bought that joke, demand a refund.
Humour is free.
Not when it's at my expense. All sales is final.
Nice bit of weather we're having this time of year, don't you think?
I know Mrs. Ratchet is a customer in this shop. Where does she live?
I could care less what you know. If you're not buying groceries, you've got no business here.
It can't have been long. Our resourceful chameleon could penetrate this alien maze with ease.
Wiggins is always willing to work, and he could hardly be less successful than we have been.
You'll be fine here, won't you, lad? Dr. Watson explained everything.
There's not much to do, and it smells quite awful. I'd like my train set, please, and...
Not possible, Virgil, I'm sorry. I'm sure you and Wiggins can amuse yourselves pitching pennies and so on. Later, Mrs. Hudson will give you tea, all right?
It's not like I have a choice, is it?
I want you to find a Mrs. Ratchet. Older party, lives off Bishopsgate, near the Spitalfields markets.
At your service, Mr. Holmes. You been out east?
For all the good it did me, I'm suspected and despised there.
Can I take the Metropolitan?
Take the inner circle to Liverpool Street, and pay particular attention to a grocery on Frying Pan Lane. Are you settling in, Virgil? Mrs. Hudson give you a nice cup of tea?
The tea was too hot. I burned my tongue. But the biscuits were very nice. Had chocolate on them. I like chocolate.
Wiggins, what news of Mrs. Ratchet? Did Frying Pan Lane pay off?
You've got the nose, Mr. Holmes. Greengrocer's her son. She lives over the shop with her old man. He drinks.
I'm not surprised. I should return straight away.
No offence, Gov, but in Spitalfields, you're as welcome as rats in the pram. It's odd times there. Folks don't take to having the lot picked over by strangers. They get shirty, and they get mean.
Thank you, Wiggins. A solo trip incognito is called for. I've got the means upstairs. Wiggins, could this be the man you followed up the Strand?
Could be the bloke, Mr. Holmes. You find him then?
Only this picture. He's not...
He's taken a lot of...
He has a lot to lose. You're still on the case, Wiggins.
I do, mate.
Not at the moment. Young Ratchet's a sharpie, but he won't penetrate this disguise. Hello, comrade. Might I pop up to see your mum?
Your business?
She's holding some pamphlets for me. Got to circulate the word.
All right, don't mess about.
How did you come by these army rations?
You heard about the cat what suffered from curiosity.
Beg your pardon, comrade.
Don't dally, you ain't moving in, and don't roil my pie.
My brother has been incapacitated, Mrs. Ratchet. You may speak to me as you would to him.
The real Mr. Holmes wouldn't sneak up here like a rat catcher. A closed door's no obstacle to a person like you, is it?
I wish to speak about the document that went missing from the ministry.
I stole nothing. I'll say nothing more about that formula. Are you trying to trick me into breaking my oath?
That's right, dearie. Answer no questions, tell no lies, eh? This bloke stand me to a dram, huh?
Be silent, Aloysius. I know my rights and my duty. I have signed the Official Secrets Act. You've no authority whatever your name is. You may leave.
That's right, mister. You can go rotate.
I've noticed Mr. Holmes' ring. He must be fond of dogs. You took it from his finger?
Borrowed it, Mrs. Ratchet. It proves my bona fides.
It proves you have his ring, nothing more.
Bring it in the sheaves, bring it in the sheaves. We'll all come. Bring it in the sheaves. Oh, ha, ha! 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum.
Perhaps you do come from Mr. Holmes. He's always been fair with me. For the moment, let's say you do.
Might you send out Mr. Ratchet so we can talk?
Send him where? The street? He's a dipsomaniac.
I can barely hear myself, let alone you.
Gin and dining with Duke Humphrey have ruined his health. In this mood, only stimulants settle him.
I was considering a sharp rap on the head with a poker.
Bring it in the sheaves. Bring it in the sheaves. I love this song. I love this song.
In lieu of conversation, may I look around your premises?
On what grounds?
You surely realize that you are a suspect in the formula's disappearance.
I had the opportunity, and my political convictions supply the motive. That's simple-minded and insulting.
You wouldn't commit a crime to support your beliefs?
Rob my employer and traffic in government secrets? Never. I'm no man's dupe, and no country's either. Search if you must. I'm sure you'd threaten my job or incarceration if I denied you. Don't skulk about.
Is there no other way to calm Mr. Ratchet?
Typical of your lot. Sweep the unfortunate under the rug, pretend they don't exist.
Do you have some coffee or strong tea, madam?
Now you want refreshments? I keep no luxuries here, Mr. Holmes. The proletariat has few enough of the necessities.
I have important questions to put to you. There are some curious items here.
Bring in the sheaves. Bring
Do you have anything useful to add, Mr. Ratchet?
I endorse whatever she says, said salt of the earth. Honest as the day is long. True pal.
Your pa's in a rare state, comrade. Not violent, is he?
Like a lamb, except when he's drinking, which is mostly.
He needs sobering. Victuals and a hot drink would help.
You a physic in your spare time?
I saw some Airs coffee on the shelves. If you have the real thing, I'd like a £1/4. Your pa needs the caffeine.
None of my affair. That'll cost you £half-crown. Don't dally, you ain't moving.
You were difficult to find, Mrs. Ratchet. Is that by design?
I'm at Speaker's Corner every Sunday, sir. You might drag yourself out from whatever bourgeois trough you wallow in and receive the truth from Mr. Ingalls.
Would you share any suspicions you harbour concerning the disappearance of the formula?
I'll cast no aspersions.
Those responsible for the theft tried to kill my brother. I will not rest until I find and punish those who are responsible.
In your desire for revenge, would you do violence to the innocent?
The entirely innocent are as rare as a painless amputation, Mrs. Ratchet. Remember that.
They're as common as the entirely guilty, Mr. Holmes. You might remember that.
That painting is by Thomas Pratt, isn't it?
What makes you say so?
I know Pratt's style. I know his colours. How did you come by it?
He gave it to me. There's nothing wrong with that.
Perhaps. What is your relation to him?
Very kind man, our Mr. Pratt. Always very kind.
Do you have any idea who would want to harm my brother?
I can't imagine. I'm sorry for his pain and for your grief.
Thank you. This wax is a part of the seal from the stolen formula. How did you come by it?
I picked it up to save the ministry carpet. I'll add it to my tallow for candles.
Lose that sorry, Mrs. Ratchet. It won't wash. You have placed yourself at grave risk, and not only from the authorities.
What you mean?
I mean that Pratt was murdered for his part in the theft. I mean that as the formula has likely been in this room, you may be in danger. Do not trifle with me. What have you done with it?
I found it behind the clerk's desk and returned it to the ministry reading room. It's there now.
Stop, Mrs. Ratchet. A lie to protect Pratt will serve neither of you now. Tell me what you know of Pratt, Mrs. Ratchet.
He was orphaned young and raised by relations. He seemed an unhappy man, friendless, uncomfortable in his work, and his bohemian habits didn't help. Tired all the time. But from his first day at the ministry, he was kind to me. Always kind.
And you repaid the kindness, I think. You returned the formula for him.
Yes. After the document was discovered missing, he came back here, sick from worry. Terrible agitated he was. Said it got into his briefcase by accident.
You believed him, then?
Others would have been quick to condemn him, because he's a bit different. But he's been very kind to us. Little remembrances and such. He begged me to return it, so I did. Makes no difference now, I suppose. But he promised he would tell Mr. Holmes eventually. And I told Mr. Pratt that I would have to if he didn't.
I believe you, Mrs. Ratchet. I only wish you had confided in me earlier. Do you have any idea how Pratt spent his leisure time? With whom he spent it?
No. He was a solitary lad. We talked frequently. He never mentioned friends.
Are you familiar with a place called the Weary Punt?
I should hope not.
I recognize the greengrocer in the photograph. Is the other boy his brother?
Yes, that's David. He's currently living at government expense. He and Sydney are very like, as brothers often are.
Did you attend the Second International?
I had the honour of representing our group in Paris. It is not an actionable offence. The inevitable laws of history predict the triumph of the working class.
Spare me the diatribe, Mrs. Ratchet. Your political predilections are your own affair.
Dialectical materialism teaches as an immutable truth.
Stop, I beg you. You are a radical. Your husband is a tosspot. Your progeny engaged in activities of dubious legality. None of that concerns or interests me at the moment. What is your opinion of Eldridge Whitney?
Pompous bore. Wants to impress the other boys. Fails miserably. Weak pedigree, it seems. Insults me. Perhaps it makes him feel better about himself. Pathetic sod. Another victim of the class system.
How did you return the formula to the ministry reading room?
I've worked here 20 years, Mr. Holmes. I'm not entirely stupid. I resealed it and left it amidst the rubble on the clerk's desk.
You didn't think it strange, let alone sinister, that the seal was broken?
The seal must be broken to see what's inside. That's the point, isn't it?
Not really. Why didn't you return it to its filing box?
I couldn't find it. Mr. Pratt said it was number 5. I thought the mess on the desk would suit, and I was certain that Mr. Whitney would never notice until long after I'd gone home. He's not the most attentive clerk.
Was there anything peculiar about the document? Anything unexpected?
Now that you mention it, there was an odd brown stain in one corner. I don't know how it came to be there.
As you were friends, I'm sorry to inform you that Thomas Pratt has been found brutally murdered.
How awful. I'd wondered where he'd gone. He was kind to me, considerate. Always asked after my unlucky boy. I'll miss him.
Would it shock you to learn that Thomas Pratt was involved in the theft of the formula?
If it's true, yes. I never took him for a thief. But if you found your culprit, why are you questioning me?
I don't know why he stole it, or for whom, or who his accomplices were. I wonder if you were one of them, Mrs. Ratchet. Mrs. Ratchet has been played as a pawn, Watson, and it seems Whitney has not revealed all he knew about the formula.
That was clear from our interview. What has changed?
The lost has been found right under his nose. The formula is back at the ministry. I may have to turn up the heat again.
Too much heat can kill, Holmes.
Perhaps a more figurative warming will serve us just as well. Mrs. Ratchet has been... Perhaps... Come along, Watson. The game's afoot.
Quite so, Holmes.
It seems that you have not been completely forthcoming with me, Whitney.
I've told you what you needed to know.
Hardly. You were probably on duty when the formula went missing. Now I learn that you were on duty when it was returned. Imagine the coincidence. I hate coincidence.
You can't prove that it ever left the reading room unless you know who took it or who returned it. Who was it, Mr. Holmes?
Don't make yourself absurd, Whitney. While turnabout may be fair play, you don't possess the acumen or the information to bring it off. What is the connection between Pratt's murder and the return of the formula?
There isn't one. The formula never left the office. It's perfectly sealed. Everything's in order.
All your assertions are demonstrably false. But as an ostrich has more curiosity than yourself, and because I think you actually believe them, I won't waste my time. When will you return to the ministry?
I'll toddle back after my bath. Don't bother coming down. In my official capacity, you will find me a less pliant witness than at present.
That will be a treat. I think you have forgotten that whatever its outcome, you are not blameless in this affair. Cooperation may serve your interests. I think you should get dressed, Mr. Whitney. Now.
Oh, very well. You might give a man some privacy.
What is the condition of the Dewar document, Mr. Whitney?
In my official capacity, I couldn't comment. Now, please leave. This room is restricted.
Do not pull your counterfeit rank with me, Whitney. If you entertain dreams of advancement, I suggest you assist me. A classified document has been moving in and out of your reading room under your nose.
I am innocent in all that. My behavior has been above suspicion, and there is no proof that it ever left this room.
Certain senior ministers may feel differently. My brother certainly does. Is your position so strong that you're willing to run the risk? When did you last see Thomas Pratt?
It was the morning he reported the formula missing.
Did you ever see him in company? Men, women, lovers, etc.?
Once or twice, perhaps. A young man. We had no mutual friends.
Who from the ministry formed Pratt's circle of acquaintance?
He spoke occasionally to Lord Lawton and was overly familiar with the Ratchet woman. To others he was merely civil.
No enemies that you know of?
None. Now, why was he murdered?
If you truly don't know, you'll learn soon enough, Mr. Whitney.
That is classified government property, Mr. Holmes. In any case, it contains nothing of which your brother is unaware. Touch nothing on the desk, Mr. Holmes. You should consider all this as the Queen's personal property. I am her appointed guardian. You are nobody. That's quite general, isn't it?
It is specific enough for you, Mr. Whitney. I expect your cooperation, as would my brother. Now, if you please, I'd like to examine Dewar's formula.
You are not on my list, Mr. Holmes. I assure you that it is in our possession, and further, that it is in perfect condition.
Where was it discovered, and by whom?
It was located here, close by, in this room, of course. Merely misplaced, I should think.
I'm sure. I'd like to see it, handle it.
No. Threaten what you will. My minister will support me. The formula is back, if ever it left. I should think your part in this matter is at an end.
Which merely shows how little your thoughts are worth. The formula is alleged to have disappeared from this room. May I examine the premises?
As a favor to your brother, I suppose I could allow it. But don't touch anything and don't bother the patrons. You're here on my sufferance, Mr. Holmes.
Whatever you say, Whitney. Can you imagine a connection between Pratt's murder and the theft or the return of the formula?
No.
I suspected that your imagination might not be up to it. Excuse me, sir.
No conversation permitted. Breach of protocol.
Sir, have you seen unauthorized persons in this room?
Finally, someone's come to redress that affront to decency.
Excuse me?
I was served an accommodation bill in this very chair. A demand for payment. It's an outrage. A trivial debt less than 10 years old, imagine. There's no place safe from these fellows, I ask you. Pratt let the blighter in. His job's in jeopardy. I've had assurances from the minister. Yes, indeed, assurances.
Job security is no longer among Pratt's problems. Are you aware of any special security precautions for this room?
Security? Who would want anything from here? Bunch of papers, deuced uncomfortable chairs, dowdy rugs and so on? In any case, only cads would cover what don't belong to them, not the sporting thing. We don't encourage that type here.
The man's an idiot.
But a gentleman.
Clean up that mess, Mr. Holmes, and don't touch any other boxes.
The brown stain is water-based.
Is it tea or coffee?
Neither, I suspect. Not vegetable or animal matter. I'd wager it's an alkaline salt, and there's a hint of something bitter. Decisively bitter, but too faint to say more.
Is it my imagination, or has the stain darkened slightly?
I think you're right, Watson. I suspect potassium cyanide or thiosulfate of soda. Both are photographers' fixatives. Both are light-sensitive. I'll analyze a piece of the stain in a sulfate solution. The yellow result will show I'm on the right track.
Fine, Holmes, but please maintain the integrity of the document.
Looks like a strong solution of potassium cyanide. The proper nitrate will provide the emblematic Prussian blue.
You've got the result, but what does it mean?
The formula has almost certainly been photographically copied. Our search continues. It's time we made a move, Watson.
Carry on, Holmes. I'll follow your lead.
He may be engaged. I haven't even announced you. Were you raised by wolves? I can't approve impositions on Mr. Farthington's time. He does little enough real work as it is. People without appointments are so aggravating.
Good day, gentlemen. What a pleasant surprise. Help yourself to a sherry while I finish this brief. I won't be long. Do you suppose Paul and Anna would sit for such a photograph for me? There's no need. Anna has the negative to that one. Asking you to keep your eyes to yourself is like asking a dog not to bark. Your clerk's demeanor is unaffected by his tuition at the Charm Academy. In this inconstant world, I find comfort in his predictable impudence.
Small comfort, I should think.
At my age, Doctor, small comforts are all a wise man should expect. Speaking of which, I'm sorry for your brother's accident, Holmes. I've heard he will recover. You won't mind if I work while we talk. What may I do for you? I'm looking for a barrister named Bledsoe. He has chambers here, I believe. In candor, I advise you to look elsewhere for legal representation. This is strictly a private matter, nothing to do with the law yet. I believe he serves on your brother's committee. Surely that would be a more suitable forum for cross-examination. It would not, as it happens. Do you know where he is? I couldn't say. You would not compel me to violate a confidence as the price for telling me his whereabouts? If the substance of your colloquy is confidential, Holmes, so is his location. In fairness, I can do no less. He's a friend of sorts. You must give up something to receive. We can deal on no other basis. Where are the Egyptian funerary urns? Were they less lovely than they looked? Confiscated, fakes, and stolen besides. I was nearly charged. A client and former friend gave them to discharge a debt. The case is in Chancery. I'll never live to see its resolution.
Justice delayed is justice denied.
Apt, Doctor, but regrettably meaningless to the Lord Chancellor. I note Cicero has replaced Demosthenes as your orator of choice. Infer no qualitative judgment. The Athenian was an unpleasant reminder of youthful excess. You may recall that he perfected his enunciation with a mouthful of pebbles. I aped his training methods, but used horehound lumps instead. One day I accidentally swallowed them all. Wreaked havoc on my digestive tract. If you won't tell me where Bledsoe is, perhaps you would tell me about him. Very well. He's a childless widower, retiring by nature. Family money allowed him the leisure to serve the government. His wife was the only daughter of Silas Byrne, who publishes a toxic rag called The Gadfly. He never liked Bledsoe. Since his wife's untimely death, Bledsoe has been repeatedly pilloried in its pages as a venal hack and toadying nincompoop.
I've read those articles. Should have recollected the name. Are the allegations unjustified?
Completely unfounded. Admittedly, he's a man of modest endowments, but he's tireless and honest, with no ambition beyond service to the Queen, and of course, staying out of harm's way. He is not an adventurer who would betray his country? Never, though it's not strictly a question of patriotism. Regrettably, most men's loyalty is not proof against the right inducement. But Bledsoe so despises excitement of any kind, he would perish from anxiety simply contemplating such an act. Must I rummage through the bowels of the Inns of Court looking for the man? You might find his chambers, but you would not find him. Never there. Hasn't had a brief in years. He's not a man altogether comfortable with human contact. I hope Paul and Anna Carraway are well. They are, thanks to you. Lord Brumwell was financially ruined, you know. Exposure of his son's real maternity drove him over the edge. Paul and Anna are living on their own, then? They prefer it that way. Sir Avery Fanshawe bought the Brumwell place, kit and caboodle, for his wife, so Anna is out from under the estate taxes. Who is the PB referred to in your calendar, Farthington? Perhaps I've misread your character, Holmes. You seem oblivious to the claims of privacy. I apologize, Farthington. My zeal overtook my judgment. I assume that Bledsoe is more than a casual acquaintance, Farthington? I know your methods, Holmes. You never assume when proof is available. Waters is still the image of incivility. I wonder that Farthington keeps him on.
A competent clerk may be hard to find. Then again, some people tolerate abusive behavior better than others.
We could waste precious time looking for Bledsoe and still come up empty. I'm stymied, Watson.
I'm sorry to hear it, Holmes, because that makes two of us. Perhaps we should move on.
I trust Farthington implicitly. Should I confide something of our mission to him?
That must be your decision, Holmes. Mycroft would expect no less.
We did a good bit of work for the Carraways, Watson, if I say so myself.
One day the world will learn of it too. It's called The Case of the Serrated Scalpel.
You've written it up, have you? Shall I see it published?
Not in this lifetime, old friend. We made a promise. Rest assured, I've given credit where it was due. Protected the innocent and vilified the guilty. All received their just deserts.
What does Farthington's description of Bledsoe suggest to you?
He sounds a reclusive type, overly fond of tranquility, unpredictable and antisocial. Perhaps slightly unhinged.
And frightened silly, I'll wager. I should dismiss him for cause as a suspect. Nevertheless, I must speak with him. It is always a mistake to ignore the obvious. Questions, Watson?
Does it seem to you that security at the Ministry is not everything it might be?
It seems that security there is nothing it ought to be.
No use crying over spilt milk, I suppose.
Right. Wait till it turns rancid, then gag on it. Will you settle for the reason I wish to speak with him and trust me for the details? Of course. A document went missing from the Ministry of Defense, and Bledsoe is among the last persons known to have seen it. He subsequently moved to terminate the inquiry into its disappearance. The probable thief has now been found, dead, executed. You see my problem. As he openly signed out the document and returned it, and was not alone in his opposition to the inquiry, I don't think I can help you, Holmes. You are on a sort of unofficial fishing expedition, and Bledsoe is an excitable character of nervous disposition. I truly don't know where he is at the moment. I'd beg you to arrange a meeting with Bledsoe, Farthington. What makes you think I can do that? Because I have told you nearly nothing that you have not already heard from his own mouth. What neither of you may know is that my brother's injuries resulted from an attempt on his life by those responsible for stealing the document. You are a man of probity, Holmes, but you are an aggressive investigator. Can I secure your pledge that you will neither badger nor harass Bledsoe? I promise. Please, Farthington, the security of the nation may be at risk. No need to up the ante, Holmes. I take this as serious. If I can arrange a meeting, I'll send a wire to your digs. Still on Baker Street, are you? Naturally, at 221B. Fine. If my office holds no more interest for you, please see yourselves out. Come in, Mrs. Hudson. Come today at your convenience. Bledsoe awaits with the equanimity of a ring-tailed lemur in a room of rocking chairs. There will be conditions, but you won't mind that, I suspect. J.F. The elusive Bledsoe run to earth. I suppose we must see him eventually, though my hopes are not high.
Farthington has taken some trouble. We shouldn't be discourteous.
Let us resume our investigation, Watson.
I'm prepared to follow you anywhere, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, May I present Mr. Philip Bledsoe? I leave you alone. Mr. Holmes, please remember your pledge. No badgering. Thank you for seeing us, Mr. Bledsoe. Thank Farthington, I was dragooned. I'm sorry you feel coerced. Spare me the pleasantries and state your business. Fair enough. On my brother's behalf, I'm looking into the disappearance of Professor Dewar's formula from the ministry. You can prove your bona fides, I presume. What kind of cigarettes do you smoke, Mr. Bledsoe? I have an Egyptian blend made up for me at Randall's. What of it? Just curious, Mr. Bledsoe. A habit of mine. When did you last look at Dewar's formula? I never saw it. I mean, I checked it out, but I didn't break the seal. I returned it. The clerk will verify my account. Regrettably, Mr. Pratt can supply no such thing, which is one of the reasons we're talking. But never mind. Please be responsive to the original question, Mr. Bledsoe. If I want bullying, I can go to the Gadfly. I checked it out because I take my duties seriously. I'm behind in my document reading. Very commendable, I'm sure. I assume you know that Pratt was found murdered. Do you know where we might find any of his associates or Mrs. Ratchet? Now you're on to something. Why do you say so? I've had thoughts about those two. They were both on duty when I went home. I know nothing of his social set, but Pratt's fondness for bathhouses is well known. Local ones, I should think. What about Mrs. Ratchet? The woman lives somewhere out east. Radicals all over the place. In other words, you know nothing about either one. Presumably, you know my brother has been hospitalized. Yes. I suppose the investigation will be indefinitely postponed. Your concern is touching. The explosion that injured him was no accident. I had nothing to do with it, I assure you. I hope not. The attempt on his life was related to the formula's theft. I had nothing to do with that either, if there was a theft. Don't be quite so literal, Mr. Bledsoe. I'm asking for your help. Certainly you see now that these events are related. The termination of the inquiry into the theft is necessarily connected to them both. That wasn't my idea. I'm innocent of initiating anything that might be construed as criminal. That narrow view will cause you grief someday, Mr. Bledsoe. Perhaps sooner than you think. It's awkward to find you via Farthington. Where might we reach you if the need arises? I like to present a moving target to my enemies, Mr. Holmes. Never stay in one place too long. Scurrilous news hounds are always trying to corner me. Until this blows over, you should consider me unavailable. Return to the hunt, eh, Watson?
As
Have you recalled anything more of interest, Jenkins?
Nothing material, Mr. Holmes. My nerves are in a ruinous condition.
Summon Lord Lawton, Jenkins.
He's not at home.
Enough of that at-home drivel. Rouse him now.
Truly, Mr. Holmes took his small Gladstone bag. Is he in real trouble this time?
A man like Lawton carries trouble with him. It's like his rose tattoo, usually out of sight just below the surface, but always there.
Merde!
Let's be off, Watson.
I'm no
I told you he wasn't here. Now please leave.
Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen. I will be with you momentarily.
Old Fritz has a place of honor here. It appears to be an honest likeness.
What was Frederick to Wilhelm II?
Great-uncle to his grandfather. By all accounts, the most illustrious commander of his age, notwithstanding the fact that expediency was his first and only political principle.
I read he was cold, snuff-stained, secretive and excessively cerebral. Not precisely the role model one might wish for the new emperor.
The image does not inspire confidence among foreigners. Nevertheless, he was a masterful combination of remarkable characteristics. He was not gratuitously dubbed the Great. Friend and foe found him so. Thank you for receiving us, sir, in your apartments.
Our pleasure, Mr. Holmes, accompanied by your Boswell, too. One has read of your ingenious exploits, of course. The Empress Frederick will be quite envious.
Very kind of you to say, sir.
These were Prince Albert's rooms. The Kaiser is sensible of the honor his cousins bestow.
I perceive the resemblance between you and Frederick the Great.
A few fine traits run strong in our family. Regrettably, not all. The sweep of his genius was enormous. Soldier, musician, politician. He loved England, you know.
And the affection was reciprocated. Who is your Voltaire, sir?
Such men are not common, Mr. Holmes, but the Kaiser has determined he will be found.
Given your title, I would have thought a memento of the first Caesar to be appropriate for your rooms.
Never! The title is a linguistic accident endured also by my Russian cousin. Julius was an ambitious demagogue and profligate. His reign was not divinely ordained, and he betrayed his birthright, which must always be wrong.
Your view of history is illuminating, sir. My mission is difficult, Your Highness. May I speak frankly?
You may. Mr. Carter recommends you, and the Kaiser opines that you are a man of goodwill.
I believe an agent of the Imperial Chancellor is engaged in a scheme detrimental to British interests, and to your own intentions as I understand them.
One is not surprised. Von Bismarck and I are at odds. He is a desperate man. Who is the agent?
I'd like you to confirm his identity. Please look at this and tell me if he strongly reminds you of someone. I believe you have recognized the likeness, Your Majesty. Who is it?
Bismarck's cur, Colonel Mullendorf. If he's in England, it's an unofficial visit. I left him in Berlin without a beard, incidentally. What is he involved in?
I believe he has received or will receive Ministry of Defense secrets, which were stolen by a British clerk.
Espionage would suit Bismarck's current style. Mullendorf, der Wachthund as he's known, is the Chancellor's instrument. He doubtless intends to turn over the stolen material to my military and compromise them. Can his plans be frustrated?
If he and the document are still in England, yes. The affair need never reach the public's notice here or in Germany. To that end, I have kept Scotland Yard out of my inquiry. I should say that Her Majesty's government believes you blameless in this matter. What do you know of Mullendorf's habits, Your Highness?
Almost nothing. He's a great bore, and my father distrusted him. We have no common connection save Graf von Zeppelin. I do recall that he's a trencherman, enormous appetite, and he adores Wagner, a fool for the ring. Decent voice, I believe.
Why would he act contrary to your interests? His behavior is treasonous.
He reveres Bismarck as the true embodiment of the state.
But he owes allegiance to his emperor, surely. What of duty and loyalty?
Attributes of national character may turn to vices in some men, Mr. Holmes. British imperturbability may become callousness. The French concern for appearance may devolve into vanity. Obedience is a Prussian virtue, but slavish compliance to false authority is its vice.
Thank you, Your Highness.
He does not lack for courage, Mr. Holmes. Do not underestimate him. If you confront him, he will not slink away.
The late Prince engaged in many philanthropic activities.
I believe he was generous with his time.
And he understood the power of a photograph.
Photographs exert a valuable educational influence on the public.
They're better than advertisements, Your Highness. People think them incontestable proof of an event or state of being. Despite the fact that they're rarely spontaneous, they are, for some, the true historical record.
The Kaiser enjoys being photographed.
We must take our leave, Your Highness. Any parting advice?
I counsel great caution. While serving as a provincial official, Mullendorf was several times charged with reckless and violent behavior, but he was not once convicted. Witnesses for the prosecution always seem to disappear before trial. Keinen Zeugen, keinen Probe. No witnesses, no proof. He is a dangerous and unpredictable adversary. Take no chances.
Thank you for your concern.
And I can offer a morsel which may confer an advantage if you confront him. Mention Baron Buchholz Svoboda. It was he who laid open Mullendorf's face in an unlawful duel. Not 5 men know both participants. Mullendorf knows that I am one of them. He will be mortified, if not chastened, to learn that you come from me. Dussault Svoboda's name will serve you better than my imperial seal.
I'll remember the name, Your Highness. Thank you. The Kaiser has a diverse collection of reading materials.
You expected von Clausewitz, the Brothers Grimm, and Grillparzer?
No, but the range of titles is impressive.
You surprise me, Holmes. Anyone can have a library. The question is, does he read?
What's the point of the spike? Have I missed something about the design of this helmet?
I doubt it. Even the Prussian military is entitled to an occasional flight of fancy.
What folly? I must say I'm shocked. What a beautiful weapon. My single stick would be no match for it.
Interesting, but not material, unless you were planning on asking the Kaiser for a duel.
Such an instrument might have other uses. I have information about our quarry, Wiggins. He's a foreigner.
Any notion where he is now, Mr. Holmes?
Try the restaurants around Piccadilly, especially those serving German food, and check the matinee audiences at the West End opera houses. If you have to lurk, be discreet.
I know me business, Mr. Holmes.
Of course you do, Wiggins. There's a guinea for you when I find him.
Polish up the brass. It's as good as mine.
If the Prussian is still in London, Wiggins will find him.
He is a marvel, Holmes, but not a miracle worker. Given your description, he was more than fortunate the first time. Do you expect Lady Luck to smile on him twice?
If he must rely on that fickle sprite, I fear for his chances. But don't underestimate him, Watson. He has gifts only dreamt of by Lestrade. Do you prefer... Makes no... Do you prefer... Makes no difference. The account... That would... Not a problem. Are you... Unless you were looking for a premature demise, best put down that cue case. We're starting to get I'll tell you,
Lord Arch,
I have it.
you sure.
Why have
Want
I... Professor, have you made any headway with that spring?
I'll get to it as I'm able, Mr. Holmes. Please excuse me.
Is that a copy of your formula, Professor? It appears to have your mark on it.
If it does, it's mine.
Can you recall anything more about your adventure at Cleopatra's Needle?
Nothing that could turn a profit, and more's the pity.
Merde!
Damnation, blast and bloody hell! Shovel! Take a hike!
Did you know Thomas Pratt, or do you know anyone who knew him?
You're the police.
No, we're friends of his.
You look like them.
Friends?
Police! Blast your eyes, shovel!
Shovel! Take a hike! Merde!
May I purchase a packet of matches for my pipe?
Matches is gratis for my customers and back. Smoking tobacco's a filthy habit. I sell alcohol here. If you don't want to drink, take a hike.
I smell something strange. Perhaps I'll just walk back there.
And I'll tear you a new ear hole. Entrance is by special permit only. You ain't welcome. Seamen, sailors and their friends. That's who I cater to.
Shovel!
Did you know Thomas Pratt?
Take a hike!
Not by name. Who sent you?
Nobody sent us.
I don't want nobody here that nobody sent. Damnation, blast and bloody hell.
Merde!
Nosy persons give me ulcers. Damned if they don't.
I could ask the authorities to take an interest in your establishment.
Wait till Tuesday. The number 3 from the Scotland Yard is here with his secretary. Never misses. Now take a hike before you hurt yourself. You're about to hoist a foul cargo, mister. It's rivermen and sailor boys only back there. Move on or they'll find your liver round the aisle of dogs.
Take a hike!
So you found a matchbox. You never got it from me.
That makes a difference.
Makes all the difference.
Merde! Shovel! Take a hike! Merde!
Always a pleasure, Mr. Holmes. Was there something special? Do you prefer Bill? Makes no difference. Attractive. We can sound it. The Metropolitan Police deal harshly with violation of the Temperance Act.
Which is supposed to mean what?
You're serving spirits to an inebriated person.
What was it you wanted?
Some civility for starters. Has Mahoney lost his wife?
In a way, she sailed off to America with the whole O'Shea clan.
I'm sorry for his loss, but I need Mahoney's help. What can you suggest?
He's a hard man, Threats don't move him, and he doesn't care for money. Lost his appetite for pleasure. Doesn't even enjoy busting up a room or breaking a few arms like he did. Competition is all that keeps him alive. And beer, of course.
I'm sorry about your wife's decision. I hope she'll return. I doubt it, but keep a good thought. Might I stand you to a glass of stout? I only drink with friends. Like all good things in life, they appear to be in short supply. What's your point? Perhaps we could become numbered among those happy few. You could try. What about a game of darts, Jock? Now, why would I want to do that? The thrill of competition, the excitement of a bout. You could choose the game. And what's in it for you? The pleasure of your company, and a morsel or two of information if I win. You'll have to settle for me company. I toss a brilliant dart. Have to take my chances, won't I? How about a game of 501? Make it easy on yourself, Mr. Holmes. It's all the same to me. What's your strongest game? 501 it is. Choose your weapons. Might we play again? You're a glutton for punishment. Will you play another game? If you insist. There's a high-toned name. Choose your weapons. How about a game of cricket? Make it easy on yourself, Mr. Holmes. It's all the same to me. Fine. I've had some success with cricket. Choose your weapons. Care for another man. Amuse yourself, Mr. Holmes. What's in the case, Jock? Tools of the trade, Mr. Holmes. I believe you know Alfred Jenkins, Lord Lawton's man. Can he give you a run?
At billiards, Alfie, in his dreams.
It's very important that I impress him at the table, Jock. Could I give him a game?
I didn't say he was rank. Alfie's got a good eye. Better stroke than most. But he's limited. No strategy. Sees nothing but the shot he's got.
And you?
I'm thinking 3 or 4 shots ahead. He thinks I'm lucky, but I know where the cue ball is going. I tumbled to assist him.
The diamond system?
Exactly. I've been keeping mum, but lots of the lads have figured it out. Poor Alfie can't suss it.
Will you show it to me?
Will you show it to him?
Probably. But can he master it on one viewing? And if he does, I suspect it would not put a player of your skill at a disadvantage.
You're right, and a deal's a deal. Here's how it works. You just need a little knowledge and the proper tools. There you have it. That's the principle, anyway.
I see it. Most ingenious, Jock. Truly amazing. Any special tips for me, Jock?
I hope I'm not doing the dirty on poor Alfie, Mr. Holmes. You having more advantages than most. But he's crazy to learn the diamond system. He'll open like an oyster to the man who shows it to him.
Thank you, Jock. Hope I can return the favour one day. Are you ready for our chat, Jenkins?
If you're ready to play, Mr. Holmes, let's not dally.
I was just admiring the room.
A faint reflection of its former greatness. Only a few nice objects remain.
Why have some of the house furnishings been allowed to deteriorate?
want of money, of course. The present Lord's personal habits have impoverished us and ruined our reputation.
I'm sorry, Jenkins. It must be a sore trial for you. Is that Lawton's grandfather above the fireplace?
Great-grandfather, the first Earl, received the title from Wellington himself after Waterloo.
He looks a rogue to me.
A little rough around the edges, perhaps. Sailed close to the wind on one or two occasions, if the truth be told. Still, compared to his leaden progeny, he was pure gold.
Could you change the music, Jenkins? This piece is distracting.
Poor performance must always have a pretext, Mr. Holmes.
May we get started, Jenkins? Cut to the chase, as they say.
You're that anxious to have your clock cleaned, Mr. Holmes?
Not really. I told you what I knew of Mr. Pratt's death.
That got you in the door?
I'm just eager for more of your conversation.
Be eager then, even ardent, but you'd better play well if you want more time here.
We won't waste time with a match, Jenkins. I possess something you want.
I'm sure, but this is not about knowledge, money, or a nimble tongue. This is about billiards. Can you play?
I know the diamond system. I'll show you how it works. My price is fair dealing and plain conversation, and a look around the house.
Done. You are approaching divinity. I accept your terms. Show me now, please.
So, Jenkins, I assume I've met your standard of performance?
Very impressive, Mr. Holmes. I don't know where you learned it. They say even a blind pig finds an acorn from time to time. Well, do your worst. I'm no welcher. Ask what you will, look at what you want for the moment you've got the run of the place. That's my line in the sand, Mr. Holmes. Put
The room must have once been quite lovely.
It was, Mr. Holmes. I become quite weepy thinking about it. Now please be brief. I'd prefer you were gone when Lord Lawton returns.
When was the piano last tuned?
Someone came from the studio just the other day.
Did you watch him work?
Of course not. I heard him from the billiard room, but I don't think he left the piano except to let himself out. Couldn't have been here more than 30 minutes.
Did he leave an invoice?
Now that you mention it, he didn't leave anything.
Then I'd bet the manor that he took something away. Has anything gone mysteriously missing?
Not that I've noticed.
Are these all of Lawton's photographs?
That's the lot. His lordship's not a sentimental man. Keeps only a few mementos and souvenirs and rarely looks at those.
The photo from the inside of the back cover is missing, Jenkins. Do you recall it?
Invading Lord Lawton's privacy is not among my duties.
You never saw the photograph while you were cleaning? Or perhaps he showed it at a gathering?
I may have seen it once, by chance. It was the portrait of a handsome female person. He has many of those, but this was different. I believe I've seen the lady, but I can't recall where, I'm sorry.
Seen her where? In the house?
No, never. It's a guess, but it may have been in the newspaper.
Lord Lawton has made false or evasive responses to my inquiries. Why?
Does he owe you money?
No. His prevarications may have dangerous consequences for you and every British subject.
This is how I see it, Mr. Holmes. He disguises the truth from himself as often as from others. Bad investments and gambling have exhausted his patrimony. To avoid bankruptcy, he's made a dreadful marriage agreement with a blue-nosed prig. He can't afford to lose this grotesque prospect. So concealment is the emblem of his life, and he has much to hide. Dubious friends, disgusting habits, dismal relationships, the gamut of youthful indiscretion and aimless turpitude.
So he may have a guilty secret. Or having no secret, he may have lied by habit. Or lacking the real article, he may think that the truth can be converted into money at a later date.
Exactly. Not much help, but true.
Who accompanies Lord Lawton when he plays?
Of late it's Lady Lockridge, and a company puts too good a face on it. Catterwall is closer to the mark. Sometimes I have to leave the house for the cacophony.
What is Lady Lockridge to Lord Lawton?
Lady Cordelia Lockridge is, as she always says, his affianced.
The late Lord Cecil's daughter? Lives on Wilton Crescent in Belgravia?
The same, and her disagreeable pedigree is unmistakable. A simple sighting or sound from her mouth bellows her genealogy.
These selections may be too difficult for Lady Cordelia. I know from experience that Paganini is formidable.
Mary Had a Little Lamb exhausts the woman's skill. She has no ear nor rhythm, but don't tell her. She chose the pieces, and now mastery is a matter of pride. She's that stubborn.
Do they practice?
Constantly. Between arguments, they've had hard words over her interpretations. She's getting desperate, and in the end, that's bad for him.
Milady will receive you following her offering to the musical deities. Please give her a moment to compose herself. Oh, she's most vexed, as they must be from the sound of it. If you're that desperate to have a likeness of me, Mr. Holmes, something can be arranged. I possess the only negative. A copy could be made.
Thank you, milady. Do not trouble yourself. The memory of it will serve me better. We have interrupted your practice session, Lady Lockridge. My apologies.
I will not satisfy your vanity, Mr. Holmes, by asking how you knew what I was doing. What do you want?
Civility would be welcome.
I had hoped your uninvited visit would be a pleasant interruption for my battle with Mozart. Alter your tone and my girl will show you the door.
Felicitations are in order, I believe. You are affianced to Lord Lawton?
He has that honour. Your visit concerns him.
I'm investigating a sensitive matter which came before his ministry committee. Lawton was unable to assist me. I thought you might be able to help.
An official investigation? Has he done something improper or dishonourable?
Lord Lawton is not the object of my investigation. I currently have no allegations to bring.
His reputation cannot stand a single sniff of scandal. I won't hear the hint of one in my home. If you have no accusations, the subject of Lord Lawton is closed.
What a superb instrument. A Guarneri, isn't it?
To a true artist, the instrument is but a tool. Do you play, Mr. Holmes?
I dabble, Lady Lockridge. Unlike yourself, my meagre talent cannot conceal my incompetence.
I'm sure it cannot. But I was not always a master, Mr. Holmes. The musical bounty you hear now is the fruit of arduous practice. Do likewise, and you may one day hope to approach my ability.
I'll look forward to that. Might I say your decorator was inspired, Lady Lockridge? Did he take guidance from you?
Followed my instructions to the letter. As it happens, I have impeccable taste. I could have been a designer if it weren't below my station.
Can you identify that odor, Watson?
The unmistakable scent of wretched excess.
Moralizing aside, if you please, is it some sort of camphorated oil?
Incense, I think, to impress the arbiters of bad taste or disguise a fouler smell.
I'd rank it somewhere between a sick ward and a low-rent perfumery. I sense resistance. Do you suppose she will not assist us?
I wouldn't be surprised if her manners were as abominable as her decor.
Purple appeals to some people.
The colour scheme does not signify. It's the ostrich feathers and the marble pots and the ostentatious use of gold leaf that I abhor. The sooner we vacate these premises, the better.
This looks like an engagement photo. I didn't see one at Lawton's.
I expect he has one, if only to display when she comes around.
We may not have exhausted his collection.
I believe you've exhausted your admiration for that portrait, Mr. Holmes. Put it down.
Who was the lucky photographer, Lady Lockridge? He did a beautiful job.
You think so, do you? Well, if I ever see him again, perhaps I'll convey your sentiments. Given his clientele, I'm sure he couldn't care less for the good opinion of a man like you. I believe you've exhausted your... If you're that desperate to have a likeness of me, Mr. Holmes, something can be...
Thank you, milady.
I believe you've exhausted your admiration for that portrait, Mr. Holmes. Put it...
Who is the... Might I say...
Follow...
Can you...
The incense, I think.
I sense...
The
You are a rare and flexible musician, I perceive.
Given my technique, I would have been a superb pianist. But my inspiration is consumed by the violin.
You must favour us with a selection. I'm sure Dr. Watson would think real music a wonderful change.
Those who possess the gift must share it with the less fortunate, Mr. Holmes. Noblesse oblige. And I would play for you now, but my energies are currently devoted to mastering a troublesome Paganini etude.
Another time would suit.
But as you press so fervently, I shouldn't like to disappoint you. Perhaps a little Paganini, as you insist. I can't think what's wrong with this instrument. Doesn't seem to care for Paganini. You must excuse me. I have to return to my etude.
A lovely photograph of you and Lord Lawton, if I may say so.
You may, though it doesn't really show me to advantage. It marks the agreement to ally our houses. Lawton's very pleased with his. Doubtless you saw it in his music room.
Something you'd like to hear, Watson?
Perhaps one of your own compositions, Holmes. But mind you do justice to the difficult sections, if you take my meaning.
Perfectly apt and instantly grasped, Doctor. Perhaps it would help if I played Lord Lawton's part.
It might. You couldn't play worse than he. podge.
My hat, Lady Lockridge. You've set yourself two very difficult pieces. All will be well with time and practice.
I doubt it, Mr. Holmes. Far from well. My artistic soul has been vexed and discommoded. I am displeased. The Mozart is merely challenging, but the Etude is a heartache. Either Paganini was a fool, or he has been erroneously transcribed. There are simply too many notes. This piece is entirely unplayable.
Might I presume to offer my assistance?
I can't imagine how you might help.
If I may borrow the score, I shall return.
Take it, by all means, before I rip it to shreds.
Watson, let's retreat. Lady Lockridge needs solitude.
What she needs is a music teacher. One were he a lucky man with a hearing disorder.
I intend to supply the need, though my hearing is excellent.
Virgil, where is Wiggins? Why have you returned alone?
He left me. I hate him. I want my papa.
Have you heard from Wiggins, Jonas?
No, sir. Virgil wandered back a bit ago. Plopped down. Very long face.
But why did he return alone?
Oh, couldn't say. He's got a story to tell, but his mouth's closed tighter than a banker's wallet. He's completely out of sorts. There've been a few tears.
Perhaps your interrogation technique needs refinement, Jonas, or a suitable inducement may be required. Would you like a nice cup of tea, Virgil?
No, I want my papa. A sweet would be nice.
Mrs. Hudson's not about. Where is Wiggins? Now, my boy, tell me, where has Wiggins got to?
He left me at the station, alone. It's very big. I'm going to tell my father.
Please, Virgil, you liked the suite, didn't you?
I'd like more.
You've learned something from Wiggins, I see. Where did you boys go?
We saw a big man with a red mark on his face at Victoria. He walked with another man. Wiggins hushed me and grabbed my hand.
What did this other man look like?
Taller than Papa. Eyes like an animal. Wiggins left me by the ticket window.
Yes, but where did he go?
I can't remember. I'm tired.
Virgil, I'm asking you nicely. Where is Wiggins? Do you know where he has gone?
He left me. I hate him. I want my papa. I'm tired.
You drove a hard bargain, Virgil. Now tell me, where did Wiggins go?
It was Croton. Or Creighton. He said to get back to Baker Street sharpish or I'd wish I was never born. Well, here I am, and I still wish I wasn't.
We're all glad you were. Jonas, watch the lad. Call me an idiot, Watson. I've been wool gathering and time is of the essence. Croydon, of course. Dub me inattentive, Watson. The Kaiser dropped a clue in my lap and I missed it.
What are you rattling about, Holmes?
The aerodrome, Watson. That's where the Prussian has gone.
And how were you to divine that?
I might have thought about how Merlindorf surreptitiously entered the country, but the clincher is Graf von Zeppelin. The Kaiser said he and Merlindorf were friends.
So?
The Graf may be the world's leading authority on lighter-than-air ships. Come along, Watson. The game's afoot.
Quite so, Holmes.
Lady Cordelia, I may have discovered where Paganini went wrong.
Indeed? I knew it. Show me. I must know his wicked folly.
The etude requires a very unorthodox fingering. It's quite bizarre, most eccentric. It violates every convention a master like yourself could be expected to observe.
Show it, show it.
May I?
The transcriptor is a torturer and an idiot. I told Lawton at least a dozen times it had to be wrong. I'd like to wring his neck. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for pointing out the error of his ways.
Might you now tell me, my lady, why Lord Lawton has been reluctant to speak with me?
Caution, Mr. Holmes. Simple prudence. Lord Lawton is on a very short tether. The peccadilloes, financial encumbrances, and legal obligations of his past meet me everywhere in town. He must avoid untoward entanglements of any sort or imperil his marriage prospects. He may regard you as a threat to his expectations.
But I bear him no ill will. I intend him no harm.
I dare say. But the road to oblivion is paved with good intentions. You are trouble incarnate, Mr. Holmes. Troubles employ you. They nurture you. And I'll wager you almost always leave trouble in your wake. Now, I must practice. You can see yourselves out.
What can you tell me about Lord Lawton's man, Jenkins?
He's too forward by half for starters. Lord Lawton allows him to play billiards, for heaven's sake. A prescription for encouraging a servant to get above himself.
Perhaps they enjoy the competition.
Nonsense. It's an unhealthy passion. I've told Jenkins that his behaviour is unseemly. He continues to spite me. When we combine households, he'll be looking for work, sans references.
Lady Lockridge, who is Mr. Hargrove?
Discovered a secret, have you? I suppose you've earned it. Edward Hargrove, Mount Street, is the demi-monde's current darling. Dubious clientele. Persistent, disagreeable rumours. But Lawton insisted. And he did a good job. Still, a woman of my standing and position can't afford to be associated with such a person. He's not unimpeachably respectable.
Won't be a moment, gentlemen. The sample portraits are my calling cards. Feast your eyes and help yourselves. You are here on my sufferance, sir. Keep away from my private studio, or I shall seek an official remedy.
Mr. Hargrove, my name is Holmes. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I never haggle over price. You may check my book for an available sitting.
Thank you, no. I merely require some information.
Mr. Humes, is it? Information is not my business. I am an artist.
You're too modest, sir. You may know much to my purpose. Your business is thriving in a competitive market. How do you account for your success?
Quality will out. People of taste appreciate my work.
Whom do you honor with red ink?
My memory for minutiae is terrible. Like all great artists, I must write down everything to do with commerce. Forget my own name one day.
You either began this business in infancy or your card contains a printer's error. Surely your studio was not established in 1846.
No. Yes. Well, not precisely. The public appreciates a business with longevity. I, as it happens, was established on that date in 1846.
I would have thought your clientele would reward a less traditional sensibility. But I'm not in business, am I? Born in a leap year under the sign of Aquarius, were you?
Quite.
I see you are on the national telephone.
This is not an exchange, Mr. Humes. There is a public instrument in the post office at Marble Arch.
Do people still sit for daguerreotypes in this day and age?
It's time-consuming, of course, but many of my discerning clients prefer the unique positive image. A daguerreotype is an unreproducible jewel of unmatched clarity.
Is there a second studio behind the curtain?
That is my workroom. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other commitments.
Might we go back there?
It is not convenient. For you, it will never be convenient.
I saw the portrait you did for my friend, Lord Lawton, and his fiancée.
And you were impressed. They are a handsome couple, are they not? Might I do the same for you and your intended?
Not at the moment. Do you use gold chloride to tone your paper?
Never. My printing out paper is unique, sir. The finest Godin gelatin silver. But instead of chloride, I use another salt. I trust you're not going to become a competitor.
I believe I have seen more of your work, sir.
I'm not surprised. It appears in many of the city's celebrated addresses. Whom have you viewed?
I'm not certain, but the brilliant finish of the paper is reminiscent of your style. Who is the person depicted in the photograph?
Lieutenant Basingstoke. He recently succumbed to cholera in Suez. Shocking loss for all who knew him. How have you come by it?
By accident. Is it unique?
Hardly. I must have made 10 copies. Extraordinarily sharp image, if I do say. I wonder how it was damaged.
Where do you keep duplicate negatives?
I have no storage facilities.
What if Lady Lockridge were to lose or damage hers?
A truly skillful photographer could achieve something with the positive, but that's beside the point. You had other business with me.
Did Basingstoke reveal why he wanted to be photographed?
No, I never ask. But I suppose the desire to stall the march of time informs all possible reasons. An image is an aid to memory.
But it captures nothing essential. It's less than a fly caught in amber. No vitality or habits of mind are preserved.
I don't believe, sir, that my studio can hold any further interest for you.
Most studios now use the collodion development process, do they not?
They do, and I say let them. I provide choices. My unique collodion technique produces distinctively excellent results which cannot be imitated by any jackass who calls himself a photographer.
Is not all collodion development basically the same? Phenol to reduce, sodium sulfite for control, and the thiosulfate solution to fix.
Excuse my snorting. Your ignorance is common. I won't divulge my methods, but I will say, for example, that cyanide in skilled hands is a better fixative than thiosulfate could ever be.
It appears that Lady Lockridge was reluctant to have her own dubious taste exposed to scrutiny.
That seems a harsh indictment. Bad taste is not the same as bad character.
Do not reproach me for giving voice to a sentiment you share. I saw your expression at her home, and I observe your expression now.
You're right. I should know that round you I can never seem to be better than I am.
Nor can the photographer, Doctor. Pay attention to him. Lady Lockridge's misgivings may be based on more than society's gossip. Despite your best efforts, Doctor, it appears I am not a household word in all quarters.
So I remarked. Such ignorance might be exploitable.
The artist speaks in commercial platitudes, but he's not stupid.
Meaning what?
He speaks of photography as an amusement, a harmless aid to memory, but he is aware of its power. As evidence, photographs eclipse hearsay. Soon they will overtake human testimony.
I understand, but does it matter?
It certainly could, Watson. What if the camera lies? Something's amiss here, Stitch. You're the clothing expert.
Very particular indeed. Are my eyes playing tricks?
The face is distinctly Flora Madigan, but the clothes and hair aren't hers, no chance. The coiffure is way out of date and no one's worn sleeves like that for ages. It's Flora's face, but the clothes and all the other bits belong to somebody else. How is that possible?
Science of a sort, Stitch, and technique. You provide more truth than this photograph.